Alright, so we are at Kathio State Park, which is located in Onamia, Minnesota. Our goal today is to scout the 4 backpack campsites that are at this state park. Alright, so we are at Kathio State Park, which is located in Onamia, Minnesota. And this is just south of Lake Mille. We're right by it. We're not right on it, but we are right by it. This state park doesn't really sit right next to or around Lake Mille. Our goal today is to scout the 4 backpack campsites that are at this state park. The first one we're going to check out is one of the closer ones. It's called Glacial Ridge, and it's a little less than a mile from where you would park, which is right where we started at that trailhead, right near the ranger station here. This is also the same area where you would park for the Black Bass campsite, the backpack site, but that's way further that way. So you go in a different direction for hiking, but you still park over here. So after we check out Glacial Ridge, which is this way, the plan is to check out the Black Bass campsite. And then there's 2 other backpack sites where we're going to actually park in a different area of the park over by the trail center. So we'll check those out after we scout these first 2 backpack sites. So here we would take this trail. You can go left or right. Now, based on what I'm seeing on the map here, the quicker route would be to go right, but it's not too much longer to go the other direction as well. So just to get a good look at both sides, we're gonna hike in to the backpack site this way, and then we're gonna hike back out and meet back this way, and then backtrack to the trailhead, and then head off to the Black Bass backpack site. So on to Glacial Ridge backpack site. I do have cell service here. It's kind of raining ice at the moment. I was hoping for snow, but I'll take ice. That's fine. Now it seems as though these backpack campsites, all 4 of them, are open and reservable all year round. All the 4 seasons. So that's really cool. They don't really block anything off for skiing or anything like that in the winter. You can still access all the sites. Might be a little more difficult to make out the trail here in the winter. But it looks like it has been trafficked by people. I've been to every state park in Minnesota except for 2. And I would say this Mille State Park is among one of my favorites. The Pataga campground is open all year. In the winter there's not as many sites available, but you can still camp there, and the camper cabin's there. And they got the Ogeechee campground, which is seasonal, and there are close neighbors, but it's a nice quaint campground. And I have scouts of those campgrounds that I did last year. I'll show you all the sites. We walk in and we look around. So I recommend that. Help you make an informed decision. I really like the walk-in sites at the Pataga campground. I stayed in walk-in site 66 last year, and that was one of my favorite campsites that I camped at for that year. I camped at 45 different campsites in 2025, and that was among one of my favorites. Might have made top 5, top 10 for sure. So I'm using the Avenza Maps app. And we're just tracking our location here. We're making very good progress today. I'm ahead of schedule for my timing for this scout today. I gotta kind of drive here, arrive site 1, site 2, drive to the other parking area, then site 3 and site 4, and then head out. It's kind of what I'm looking at for a planned time frame. Oh. Be aware of the precipitation on the lens too. It might have already gotten me a little bit. I can't see what it looks like as I'm recording, so I gotta go off of instinct. Pretty easy trail relatively so far. There have been some obstacles though for if you were to bring a pulk or a sled, but so far just backpacking or rucking. Very simple for the most part, this trail so far. Just under a 2-hour trip to get here from the Twin Cities. Here we got a bridge I almost missed because of the snow. So stepping off of this in the winter, you gotta watch out. It looks like the trail is disappearing. There was some foot traffic previously. Someone who may have known this route. The orange marker might indicate the route to the trail as well. Without the foot traffic here, I wouldn't totally know where the trail is because of the snow. These Avenza maps on the Avenza Maps app are extraordinarily amazing. They work very well. Even if you don't have cell signal, oftentimes it'll still show you your GPS location on the map itself. So these maps had to have saved me 10 to 20 times from just ending up somewhere I didn't want to be. Yeah, another orange marker there. So if I were to guess, I would say that Glacial Ridge is probably the easiest, most convenient of the backpack sites for accessibility and parking. And then I think the one I'm gonna like best, I'm just gonna guess and say Black Bass, I guess. It's kind of a coin toss though. So this is a very narrow bridge, and it's probably boggy around here. Okay. Looks like somebody may have actually used a pulk here. Some evidence of that. I recently purchased a sled and I've been working on upgrading it. I did that in January into a pulk, and I made some collapsible poles for it, though that's not the technical term for them. I just have to test it out and fiddle with it and get it just right so it works for me. So that's next. So I'm more cognizant of places where I can bring a pulk or a sled to carry gear. Got a little bit of gear with me for this scout today, which will probably take about 3 to 4 hours total. So when we take a break here in a little bit, whenever it makes sense to do so, kind of give you an overview of what I got. That's kind of interesting. I'm getting there, those little guys. See if there's any beaver lodges out here. There might be one somewhere out here. Yeah, way down there. Way down there. We are already closing in on this Glacial Ridge Backpack Site here at Kathio State Park in Onamia, Minnesota. Wow, these guys are, man. Bet you that beaver just can't stop thinking about them trees at night. Finishing them off, reaching that goal. They always look like their purpose is being fulfilled when they're at work building their dams. They just look so happy and fulfilled while they're doing it. Ooh, so this would be a little crazy here if I had more gear and a pulk. Probably just get around, you know, but still, this type of stuff changes all the time. Here we got a go around, and over here I think they kind of want you to go this way because of that flag. Gotta watch for thorns. I don't damage my precious gear. Oh, it goes this way. Oh, okay. Better make sure I'm on point with this. So the precipitation is supposed to yield within 30 minutes or so. I like it. You just gotta be cautious of droplets getting on the lens. Otherwise the precious footage will be more annoying to have to stomach. I really like it here though. I'm getting, like always, I always get really good vibes at this state park. My first camp here in January of 2024, January 27th, I was camping in the Pataga campground, and there were some knuckleheads. I swear they were shooting a 22 all night long, and it kind of had me on edge because that was my first time being here. I didn't really know the area well. I'm really glad it could change, but I'm really glad that it's not too sunny, too bright. Oh, there's a couple of beaver lodges out there. Oh, I see a silhouette of a potential beaver on one of them. Probably just some sticks. All right, we got here very quick. So we're gonna check out this first backpack site. And this is my first scout of 2026. I'm super stoked. I want to make sure we're good to go here. All right, let's check it out. So this would definitely interfere with a pulk. Trying to keep the sniffles at bay if I can, but it's really hard for me. really awesome sound, and that's that ice hitting those leaves. When I last left this state park, it looked a lot like this. It was a snowy morning after a rainy night. It's really awesome. I think that was March of 2025. We do have an airplane noise. That's always unfortunate, but it's a fact of modern society. So here's the main campsite here. An overview. You're right by a beaver lodge. That is awesome. So I definitely like this site. I like the hike into it. I like the way it looks, the way it felt when I walked in. I don't like the fire grill. I don't like those kind of fire grills. Those are like accessible site fire grills. So I don't know why they'd have this out here unless they were just recycling a fire grill. But it'll do the duty. It looks like it's cemented up. Oh man, it's not cement, just a lot of ash built up. So technically it's a smaller fire pit if you consider all that below there. Got some collected wood here, which based on what I'm seeing isn't really that big of a deal. Probably help keep the fuel level down if there was a fire. I'm gonna stay on this viciously as long as there's precipitation. We got the bear box over here. I'm looking for a latrine, and I'm not seeing one. Just kind of put your hand under or inside. Push in and pull. There you go. Oh, big leaf. That is cool. Whoever did that. You totally rock. Whoever did that. You are awesome. Okay, so just looking for a latrine, and I don't see one here. Sometimes it's just a white toilet seat, so it'd probably be harder to spot. Something tells me that there is not one here. I don't even know. There might be a creek here, water here. I think I might have heard some black-capped chickadees in the distance. Okay, look around here some more. It's a little odd that there isn't one, because there's no way they just expect you to hold it in or walk to a toilet, because you're looking at probably a 2-mile walk or something like that. Yeah, maybe what's over a mile. walk. I don't think there's anything over here. I just looked real quick. Get another vantage point. Okay. All right. Okay, so I don't see a latrine. Which if you're a guy, it's probably you're like, oh good, I don't have an excuse to have to use it. Or have an excuse to not use it. Or to not use it when you should because it's too convenient to not use it. Alright, so there might be one hiding here. I don't think there is though. That's good enough. Good enough effort for the latrine search. Yep, so this is the site. It's a little slanty. Depending on what this looks like with the snow gone, you might be able to set up here. Oh, this is it. This is the tent pad right here. That looks nice and flat. I don't like it how it's by the entry point, but you're pushed far enough away from the trail, the main trail where it splits. You're pretty close to the fire pit and the picnic table with an awesome view of this body of water. And Mille Lake is that way, off in the distance. So you're not next to Lake Mille at all at this state park. Some people are, they think they will be because it's called Mille Kathio, but Mille doesn't necessarily mean the lake per se. So keep that in mind. If you want to go to a state park that's right on Lake Mille, go to Father Hennepin State Park in Mille, Minnesota, which is maybe 30 miles that way. It's still on the south part of Lake Mille, but it's on the southeastern part of Lake Mille. And that's an awesome state park as well, but it's a lot smaller. I do have a footage of a hike that I did there, but I don't have any published footage of any campgrounds there. So that might happen in the future. All right. This is the Glacial Ridge Backpack Site at Mille Kathio State Park in Onamia, Minnesota. Based on what I'm seeing here, I would recommend it. And just check over here real quick, see if we got a latrine. There it is. We found it. So right when you enter in here, you actually bust a hard left and come this way. And the latrine's right there. So as Sally Suntala would say, there is our firebox. I'm sorry, thunderbox. There is our thunderbox. There's no shelter. The trail's just right over there, so but when you lift the seat up, it's kind of covering the portion of your body that matters. You don't want to be seen. And no widowmakers, at least as of right now. All right, we are now complete. So that lets us know that there is a high probability that all of these backpack sites will have a latrine. They're probably going to look like that. no shelter. Yeah, I like that site a lot. It's a good site. All right, now on our hike out of here, back to where we parked, near the ranger station, you're actually parked in the RV sanitation area. You would park in the RV sanitation area for this Glacial Ridge backpack site, and also for the Black Bass backpack site as well. There's a latrine right here, you can see it from here. Go around this. This park, it does have some boggy areas, so you gotta be careful with the snow, especially when you're right by the water. And you can see the latrine right from here. This is winter though, so it's like a wireframe version of the campsite. The entry point. There's this hump here that kind of blocks it. Not bad. Okay, so the way back, we're gonna go the other way. This is, you can see what it looks like. You can pick and choose, depending on how much gear you have. You might want to go one side first and the other side second, or just keep the one side. Yeah, that latrine is in plain view from this trail here. Wow, that's ridiculous. They should have put it on the other side of that hump. So if you're one of those boomers that has to sit on the pot for several hours at a time, it's probably not the site for you. Although you probably got 3 homes at this point, you don't care. So this hike back to where we started in that parking area is probably going to be 5 to 10 minutes longer than the trail we took in here, based on my assumption. So we got some polk activity here, possibly. And one thing I did also notice at that campsite was there wasn't anywhere, there wasn't like a station where they would put bundled firewood. So they probably do not deliver and stock bundled firewood at that campsite for sure. It doesn't even really look like they had a practical road where they could ATV in the wood. Just as trails. Oh, we got some slant action here, down in here. So this is already not ideal for a polk. A little narrowy too. We'll probably take a break when we get to the Black Bass campsite. Seems like the most practical. So even though we're 25% through with scouting the 4 sites, we're about 10% through with the hiking associated with it. roughly. Maybe less. So the hike to Black Bass is substantially longer than this. And again, this is probably the easiest, shortest hike to any of the backpack sites. This Glacial Ridge one. I know hindsight is 20/20, but I think calling it Beaver Lodge would have been a more appropriate name. It's supposed to get really windy later in the day. I'm aware of those orange markers. I'm focusing on them and they're very helpful. I'm sweating a lot under the shell layer. That's always annoying. So if the precipitation stops, I'm going to take off the shell layer ASAP. Let that convection or that wind current go to work through the merino wool fabric and wick away the moisture while I keep my body heat regulated simultaneously. You know, these scouts are intended to help me plan for my trips, but I also figured it'd be kind of piggish of me to just keep it to myself, so I do it in a way where I can help other people as well. So first off, you're welcome. But additionally, I'm trying to get better at this, but I want to kind of give you some company as well. Even if you're not camping or you're not into this stuff that much, or you want to be and you just don't have a chance to, you just kind of hang out with me, and if you're kind of a loner, you're not alone, okay? Don't worry about it. You're strong. I want to share this joy and this warmth with you as well. Try to keep talking when appropriate at appropriate levels, not overdo it. It is draining as well. It drains energy for me to talk. So this trail, this route is a lot more windy, and it's a little bit more difficult, essentially, than the previous one. I'm not wearing a shell layer on my pants or my trousers. I do have Gore-Tex trousers. The thing is, they don't breathe well, so I'll just start sweating immensely. So I'm just checking my pants, making sure they're not getting too wet. Because it's ice, it shouldn't be too bad. I'm kind of shocked it's just not snow, really, because it's cold enough. Oh. And another thing I try to keep talking a little is, when I do these scouts, the purpose of it is to just to show you every square inch, essentially, the trail, the sights. That's why I do almost no editing, because if you cut something out and you jump to something else, you won't know what's between it, obviously. But then all the people that just want a dopamine release, which is highly edited, lots of music, effects, and visuals, they'll just totally won't even take the time. But it's not for that, you know. It's to help you. It's for informational, research, preparation purposes. That might be some chaga back there. I'm not going to investigate, but it's possible. It's possible. After I arrived here, I had some cashew nuts and some peanuts and a Noka smoothie and some water and the last sip of coffee. So I'm kind of going off of that right now. The Noka, N-O-K-A, or Nancy, October, Kilo, Alpha. They're a little costly, but they are extraordinarily, well, I guess, nourishingly useful. The precipitation might be breaking here. I'm gonna wait for any potential reprieve it might have. Under my pants, these are just Walmart dress pants. These are my standard pants. I wear them always, all year round. In the summer when it's sunny, I wear the lighter color version. The word for it's escaping me now. Essentially the tan ones, so it doesn't heat up under sunlight. It's the same dress pants. Like $12 at Walmart, easy to repair, relatively durable. I say very durable, actually. I don't do anything too extreme, but I do work in a warehouse. I'm on my knees often. I'm out here doing this stuff, camping. Now I'm losing the trail here. I see an orange marker up here. So I think it winds around here. You know, doing these scouts really brought me back to life. Gave me purpose again. I kind of retired from doing music because it just wasn't, I was on the wrong path. We had a lot of good moments, and you know, the older you get, if you allow yourself to grow mentally, though that can be hard for some people because of culture and social structure and family. If you're able to do that, you're just going to evolve naturally, you know. So for a while, I was just kind of behind a computer, like everyone, I guess. But this brought me back to life, coming out here, doing this stuff. And the act of doing it, the act of editing, and talking as well, it's really cathartic. Gives me something to look forward to. gives me purpose. Because I can't really see anything else I'd want to do, really. It's always been a struggle of mine, knowing what I want to do with my life. Unfortunately, my favorite thing to do is sleep. But even if you sleep too much, you're not tired no more and you're awake. So it just comes down to that balance, like always. I really like these trails. So this one, you can see it winds upward. So if you got a bulk or even a lot of gear, you might want to stick to that first trail we took. Like these little wooden crossings they have, they're pretty cool as well. That precipitation might be done. I think I'm gonna take the shell off in a second here. It's just ice on my hood. It won't even dust off. My upper body, mainly my armpits, are just really sweaty. They always are though. It's just hard to... In order to properly vent my armpits, I'd actually have to wear something like over my arms. Essentially just, I guess, pitless chapped shirt. So just the pits are showing, and it's just kind of weird and like, I guess, hypersexual for a look. Just weird, you know, so I can't, it's not practical. But I go walk around with just armpits open and with a long sleeve shirt with open armpits essentially. So I usually just have to rock a tank top. But I did have an idea for arm warmers. So I looked into leg warmers, merino wool of course. But then I said, hey, you have some large merino wool socks that are heavyweight, that are kind of wearing out, the bottoms and the heels specifically. So you can maybe just cut those open on the end and you can stick your arms through them, and that'll provide warmth to the arms and the upper area here, the forearms. I guess that's the lower area of the arms. And still keep the upper arms, the biceps and the armpits open, so that wouldn't look like, it wouldn't have like a hyper sexual look. It's like you go to a nightclub called the Gay 90s essentially, and you walk in there, I would emphasize that there'd be guys, at least in the 80s, that would have like armpits open. You probably get the idea. So I don't want to do that, it's just weird. Although nowadays it's, that type of look is becoming chic. But I'm good. I'm definitely not going to follow that crowd. I'll just let them keep walking off the cliff they're headed towards. But yeah, the merino wool socks cut open so they're just tubes, and sliding them on my forearms. A lot of times I'll think of something and then it seems like it'll work perfectly, but when I try it out, it just doesn't make sense, which is often the case for a lot of things in life. Okay. Make sure we're still on task here with the trail. Alright, so we are almost back. Excellent. So it's 8:46. So I want to get to the other side a little bit before 10. So we're on task. But this will be, it should be the furthest hike to the black bass campsite. And you actually have to walk across the main road that we drove in on, and I really don't like that. I actually considered just hiking to the black bass from the other area. We're going to park to check out the 2 other backpack sites later, which is parking in the trail center. The trail center is that little rocket icon. So that might be all the precipitation for the day right there. And the wind shouldn't get crazy until the very end of this scout mission. I always keep my head on a swivel everywhere I go. I gotta try to tone that down when I got the cam on my head, which I've found to be the best mounting spot. More stable, less noise, and you it looks where I look. So I think we can get to black bass within an hour. I'm about 90% confident of that. We're gonna have to keep moving though. So I might need to talk a little less on the way there. Some people like the sound of the crunching snow. I'm not the biggest fan of that sound, but it does have its relaxing qualities. Well, if you're someone who camped at that Glacial Ridge backpack site, let me know about it. Let me know what you think about it. Okay. So I actually thought we were going to come out over here. That's a little weird. It's a little weird. I don't understand why we didn't come out over here. Because we went around the other way. There's no connecting point in between. We'll leave this a mystery. It's definitely a trail though. And maybe this is where we came in. Yeah, I'm disoriented. I think I'm disoriented. This map will point me in the direction that I'm facing, though it's hard to see that arrow. Yeah, the parking's over here. So we actually started over here. I'm disoriented. We went in this way and we came out this way. Oh, that's the Avenza Maps app coming through for me again. Oh, there's the ranger station, kind of in plain view. I've been doing this a little while now, and things like that still happen. Probably because I'm talking and thinking about other stuff. I'm not 100% focused on the task at hand. I am, but you know, I'm not in that sense. Surrounding awareness kind of takes a hit when I'm focusing on other things. Which is another reason why I like to do these scouts. So so I can have more surrounding awareness the next time I'm here. Looks like that precipitation is trying to pick back up, so it's good I didn't take my shell layer off yet. And I'm not sure where the entry point for the Black Bass Trail is over there, but I got the reservation site map, which shows a little trail that you don't see on any other map. Alright, so parking is just over there where we parked. The RV sanitation station. I think it's also a dumpster. I don't think you can do RV camping here though in the winter. It seems like the RV sanitation station is closed for that matter anyways. So maybe you can RV, you just can't use the sanitation station. And we do have a vault toilet up here as well, so I'm gonna make a pit stop there before we take the journey into black bass. I didn't even notice that when we walked by it. I don't want to. So the entry to the parking is just right there. So I'm gonna cheat a little, and I'm just gonna cut right to the vault toilet because we're gonna go in that direction anyways. So I'm gonna do some end user testing, and then we'll head out to black bass. Hopefully it's open. It should be. It's right by the ranger station. Looks like I'm gonna have to keep the shell layer on as well. Oh, looks like the warden's here. Not bad. Oh, check this out, guys. Look at that. Oh, my flashlight doesn't work. It's too cold. Try the body cam light here. Okay. It's okay. Joe's Elite E. Alright, so I'll do some end user testing and we'll pop back on in a second. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Ah, whew. Oh, the warden's back. Looks like I got firewood right here. As you saw when we came in, the parking is right there. So now, if we look at the map, on the reservation site here, where you can reserve. We are right here by the question mark. Well, the park entrance more. See this little piece right here? And then that connects to this trail here. It goes down this way. Over there. So that little piece is not on any other map. I drew this orange part here. It's not on the Venza map. Well, it looks like we just hop on this snowmobile trail. We kind of connect up with this snowmobile trail here. Which to me didn't make sense because it's a snowmobile trail. But I called into the office twice and I verified with them. And they said, yep, you walk over here, you go across this road, Shakopee Lake Road, you go across it, and you have to connect with that snowmobile trail or path. So that's another reason why I like doing these scouts, is it's not always clear cut or clean cut or whatever. And there's some wiggle room with what to do. I'm just not 100% sure. Here, go down here. Looks like we got some tinder here. This is essentially the hiking route you would take to get in from the parking area to Black Bass. Now again, you can park over in the trail center, and we're going to park there later to check out the other side, so you get a look at it, and from there I'll show you the trail that you would start on to hike over here from parking over there, which might need to be a backup option if you run out of parking spots over there where we were. I saw this on Google Maps. I didn't like how you had to come down the road like that. That tinder I caught out earlier was just some political propaganda on the pole. I didn't collect anything, in case you're wondering. But I did make the world slightly less annoying. So while we're beginning this, let's see what this map says here. Yep. Wow. I almost drew it perfectly, that orange. I drew the entire orange part. It's kind of my planned route. Wow, I'm right. Almost perfectly on it. black bass. That reminds me of, I think they're called a powwow group called Black Bear. And they got some powerful music. If you got some loudspeakers and you have a neighbor that's antagonizing you, you live next to a neighbor, put on some Black Bear powwow. That's probably not the kindest advice. Sure, there's other uses for that wonderful music. Oh, we got a sign, a really nice sign, just like the Glacial Ridge one. So that was very easy and intuitive. So this is, I guess it's a hiking trail as well. Even though on events it's kind of has these slashes which indicate snowmobile. So it might be given to understand that the snowmobile trail can be a mutually shared trail with other activities such as hiking. And this is supposedly the furthest hike to any of the 4 sites from where you would park. Now, of course, it would be longer if you parked in the trail center. But again, that might be a good backup option for you. We're not going to hike the entire trail from the trail center back to this site or to that site for practicality reasons. So I will not show you that trail, but I will show you kind of where the trails start on both sides. Looks like the precipitation may have yielded. So we got 40 minutes to get to this site to be in par with our planned time for this scout mission. I know I'm calling it a mission like it's super hyper important, but that's okay. We're having fun. And it is a mission technically. So we're going to note this decline slash incline or the slant. Now, so far a pulk on this route would have been perfect. The problem is when you start off, you got to go over that road, the driving area from the parking area, and then over that road. So unless there's enough snow on the ground, pulk would not be really practical. And if there was that much snow on the ground, you'd probably be in the middle of some kind of a snowstorm. Otherwise it would have been plowed or it would have been too warm for it to stick. So this site is the most likely to have a need for a pulk, in my opinion. Maybe not. Either way, the parking aside, I'm really glad they decided to put a backpack site out here in this area. I'm hoping it's really similar to the one we saw at Glacial Ridge. Nice and wooded. I don't really like open sites, and the main reason for that is sunlight. The problem with the sun is it can be too powerful at times. Too hot and too bright. And it can actually be dangerous. And you can lose your vision over it too. So I wish the sun was a little bit more like the moon. A little tamer. A little kinder. That'd be kind of cool if it was, because then it'd be like a crescent sun. It'd go through the same phases as the moon. That'd be kind of interesting. I'm sure it would affect everything on Earth though, in a way where nothing would be the way it is. It's one of those things that sounds cool in the mind, but when you try it out, it doesn't work out in the physical realm. Now the snowmobile aspect of these trails should cut off about a quarter to half a mile before we head out on a trail towards the backpack site. So I'm thinking the snowmobile sound shouldn't be too obnoxious. When you're camping at this black bass site specifically. I got these glasses in November of 2023. I kind of pushed it out a couple years longer than I should have. But I got the ones where they turn into shade when it gets too bright. And it's kicking in right now. And that's just kind of a shade here. I really like that feature. Go check the cam while I'm at it. Ease my concerns. I put some stabilizing paracord in some of the PALS webbing where I clip the body cam to try to help stabilize it more to prevent it from jiggling. But unfortunately, it's just too much. It made the cam tilt up too high. So I had to nick it. But it still works pretty good as it is, I would say. Putting the body cam on the boonie hat was a game changer as far as image quality. Really helps stabilize things. Just want to make sure nothing was jiggling. Sometimes when I just start thinking of things and obsessing over things, I make it worse. You know, come to think of it, we probably shouldn't take a break at black bass. I should just take the break when I'm in the vehicle. When we go back, and then go park at the trail center, put us in a better position for the other two backpack sites. say this is about a 2-mile hike in. So we're on the point where the snowmobile trail meets up. Meets up with another trail here. There might have already been a connecting point over here. So I'll watch for that on the way back. This trail here, because this is the one you would take if you're going to or from the trail center. Down here, you park in here, go this way. The Black Bass down here. Down here technically. The other 2 backpack sites from the trail center are directly up here. Still got some good cell signal here. Seems like it's going to be a good cell signal throughout the entire park. Can't fully recall if that was the case over by the campgrounds. Here we go. Here's the connecting point right here. Wow, so it says skiing. So this, okay, so this might require a ski pass over here. So then hiking from here, from the trail center here, because this is where it would connect up. Right here, yeah. What it says? Yeah, skiing. Okay, so that's not practical in the winter. So you cannot park at the trail center and then hike here in the winter unless you are skiing. Which even then, I don't know if that'll work, because if you're skiing, you probably have to have a pulk. Unless you're just going with a backpack, then you're golden. Still, this is the, if you're in the summer, spring or fall, of course, you can come in from here. If you park at the trail center, of course. This is where you'd enter in here, connect. I should probably pick it up, I'm dawdling a little. Is a little sharper. I'm glad I still got that shell layer on. Too fast, so I sweat too much. I am picking up a mild squeak sound, which by my shell layer and my pack rubbing. Hopefully it's not coming up. I do notice some pulk activity, it looks like here. That might be hard to make out. It might just be a snowmobile. You know, I've never been to this part of the park. This is one of the bigger state parks. The drive-in from the entry, park entry to the campgrounds, it's a little bit of a drive. If you were to walk that, it would probably take you 45 minutes. We're going up there for a little while. Sometimes if you pick up on my breathing, it's a good indicator of the effort that I'm putting in, so that helps you gauge the landscape a little. And using my breathing as a tool to help gauge the landscape or the terrain, the sloping, the altitude, essentially gives it purpose, and so it's less irritating when you hear it, hopefully. I am cognizant of it though, and I try to keep it down. I have really thin nostrils, so it's very hard for me to breathe out of my nose. And when I'm doing a physical activity like walking, forget about it. That squeak in my pack and my shell, it sounds like a little mouse right behind me. Kind of hoping right towards the end we'll get a really nice snowfall. It's unlikely. Still though, it'd be kind of neat. Just put it out there, it might come true. Like hiking to and from the last backpack site, maybe. I don't know, I think there's a better chance of it clearing up more, actually. The last scout that I did was last year on Christmas Day, and that was of the remote backpack sites at Split Rock Lighthouse State Park. In Two Harbors, Minnesota, kind of by Gooseberry Falls State Park, and kind of by Betty's Pies, and just south of Tetagooch State Park in Silver Bay, right on Lake Superior. People don't really seem interested in that one, but I really like that one a lot. It's real thorough, it's a nice hike, it's a really good look around. Alright, we got a decision point here. Okay, right here. So this part of the trail is closed in the summer due to wet conditions. So something like that happened to me at Lake Maria State Park. My camp trip there last year. Which is my longest video ever. It's over 8 hours. So it looks like it might be this way actually. So this part's closed in the summer because it's so wet. So go to Black Bass, we want to head this way. This way right here. This is number 40 right here. I'm gonna pace with it a little here just to make sure it tracks along in the right direction. It's hard for me to see the arrow where I'm facing on that little dot. I wish it was just like a, I think it's called an obtuse triangle or something, or just like a pointer. No, we're actually going the wrong way. We're heading towards here, this way. So that was actually where we wanted to go, and this is the one that's closed in the summer. I do declare. So we'll keep tracking with it and make sure. Oh, here we go again. It might be wise to use the compass a little. Can't always rely on every kind of compass. So this should be facing north. Red in the shed, have it face north. To the left, north, south, east, west. Yeah, I would think it'd go this way. Okay. Well, it's obviously not one of my more powerful skills. So I'm gonna track with this, see where it goes. It's going the right direction. This is the snowmobile path though, and this is the hiking path. You can't cut down here though. There's just this little part here. So we'll keep going straight. Just keep tracking with it here. Essentially we just want to head down towards here so we can get to over here. It's on the south side of Black Bass Lake. We got less than 20 minutes to get there. Should be on task with our goal. We're dawdling a little. That's probably the second time we were dawdling a little. Earlier when I cut it for several seconds, I was just checking some messages. That was probably almost a minute. I don't really like cutting anything on these scouts. I like just right through. But sometimes I cut out annoying sounds like a sniffle or a cough. Or I might say something that's just completely wrong. So I'll just nick it. I don't like doing that though. But if I go the wrong way like I was just doing, I like to call that out because that's important. It's important. You'll remember it and learn from it better. Alright, now we're on task down here. Got some white-tailed deer in the distance, running away very quickly. That had some magical qualities to it. When I was leaving Hayes Lake State Park to go scout Old Mill State Park last year, it was a hunting season opener, and I saw this huge, impressive buck just bolting across a prairie field. And went right over the road I was about to cross. Just a legend, just escaping the evil potbellies. The evil high-vis wearing potbellies. There are times I could see where hunting is needed. I could see that, sure. I guess it's hard to get good at something unless you practice. Clearing here. There actually might be some water in here. It might be a marshy, boggy area. Yeah, it technically might be an island. Like Ludlow Island, a Big Bog State Recreation Area. The northern unit on the Big Bog Walk, right where it starts. I got a hike of that video. It's a pretty good one. It's a really super interpretive one. Or I show like all the interpretive literature, and you can see it pretty good, and they give you time to read it and everything. So if you're interested in that, maybe play some classical music in the background, check that out. Give you a nice afternoon or a nice early morning on the weekend. Nice activity, nice and relaxing. Some vibes of a dream I had a while back of a place I want to go back and hike, but I can't because it was in my dreams. Yeah, just the other day, there's another place I dreamed about that I hiked, and I wasn't able to go as deep as I wanted. I had to turn around for some reason in the dream. And just the other day, that area came back to me in my mind. I said, I should go check that out, because I was trying to figure out places I could go. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized, oh, that's right, that was in a dream. And when I realized it was a dream, I was already at the point where I was like, I definitely want to go back there. It was crazy. Yeah, those definitely look like islands out there. This is real boggy, marshy probably here. Probably should take this shell layer off here. Now we're almost there. I'll keep tracking along. I'll use the picnic table as a table. You know, I actually might have a quick little snack while we're there, actually. Ooh, I'm getting really nice nature smells out here. I don't know what the different fragrances are most of the time. Alright, we got a sign here. Looks like a backpacking site sign. So there's a 1/4 mile Black Bass / BB backpack site. Quarter mile diesel way. Looks like special fishing regulations apply at Black Bass Lake. So you have to inquire at the park office about that. You know, when I first called this state park to prepare for this scout, the guy there picked up almost right away and answered my question. I just want to know if they were all accessible or if you had to have like a ski pass. And then when I tried to call back to clarify the parking for this Black Bass site, I called like three times and no one was picking up. And it was at like 10 in the afternoon each time. And like on the 3rd or 4th time, she finally picked up and clarified the parking predicament, which I've been articulating during this scout. I just don't like how you have to park way over there and then go over the roads. Still though, once you get over the road, I do like how the parking is closer to the park office rather than in its own little nook and cranny where there's no eyes on the vehicle. You kind of got more eyes on the vehicle over there. So I guess it has its pros and its cons. I have a pack on me. It's a 24-hour pack. It's the pack that's like one size smaller than my rucksack. So it's causing my back to get sweaty. And the chest rig, of course, causes the chest to get sweaty. And the armpits will sweat no matter what. And I drink a lot of coffee. It's pretty strong as well. So all of that is just... I'm pretty wet in the upper section right now. But I got a merino wool base hoodie that's really thin, lightweight. It's helped wicking things away. I'm thinking take the shell layer off, and that'll allow the wind or the convection current to help wick away the moisture. Kind of help dry that out a little bit more. Kind of weird, you put on a shell layer to stay dry, but if you're doing an activity like this, you'll get wet. So again, it just comes down to balance. We do got some foot traffic in here. There was some snow, I think, a few days ago. This foot traffic is relatively recent. We got about 6 minutes to be on task with our goal, which it's a flexible goal, plus or minus 10 to 15 minutes. That's flexibility's baked into it, of course. So this snow's deeper. It's kind of hard on top, thankfully, so I can walk above it without snowshoes or anything. I wear shoes that are a size 15, or boots I should say, but technically I'm a size 11 and a half, so I wear boots that are much larger than my feet, and that's because I put in wool liners on the bottom with wool socks around that for cushioning and moisture absorption. I just had to get used to walking with bigger footwear, and that didn't take long to get used to. But having the bigger boots to walk on the snow helps as well. Now like a deer, it's just a little pole, it just goes right through everything. Like that. So we should be closing in on it pretty soon here. We'll probably get there within one to 2 minutes of the goal, which is outstanding. For some reason, I think I'm a bigger fan of the other side of the park that's on the other side of that road we crossed, just from the vibes I'm getting. You know, I don't even know where that comes from. And things like that can fluctuate and change. But I feel like I had more of a magical feeling in my gut at Glacial Ridge for some reason. And I like it over here a lot. I don't know. Remember I said before, I kind of said I wasn't sure what black bass I'm thinking would be my favorite. And I probably just chose that because you got your own lake. I think I see a black-capped chickadee in the distance. Those are my favorite birds. You saw enough of my stuff, you'll know why. Those birds help me. Them birds are like the same thing as God wiping away my tears. Those black-capped chickadees. The ground is a little rougher around here. I'm jiggling more. Feet are moving around more, and all that is wearing. It adds up, drains energy, increases the blister risk, soreness. I always like DOMS, or delayed onset muscle soreness, after a hike or a scout. It's one of my favorite things in the world. It's a really rewarding feeling. All right, here we are. I wanted to get here at 9:50. I'm sure that'll happen in several seconds. Very good. Very good, sir. So this is the Black Bass Backpack Campsite at Mille's Kathio State Park, located in Onamia, Minnesota, just south of Lake Mille, in the southwest part of Lake Mille, more south than southwest. This one, it's a bit of a hike from the parking area. It's about a 2-mile hike, which is near the ranger station. And there is more of a trail that goes this way all the way around the lake, which is something I would probably check out if I were camping here. When we're finished scouting this site though, we're gonna head back the way we came, because for time's sake purposes, it's just not practical to go all the way around. That's the decision I'm going with. So let's check out this site. So the bear box is right along the trail here. So I am not a big fan of that at all. It's right by the trail. That's very bad positioning. So personally, I wouldn't even use that bear box if you were here. If you encounter a bear at this state park, you probably have the worst luck in the face of the earth. But maybe raccoons would be a bigger concern. So there's the latrine right there. You can check that out. Looks like somebody may have used it within the last several days. That kind of looks like toes. That's hysterical. It looks like a left foot with toes. Oh wow, it really does. Wow. Oh, here it is. Here is the Thunderbox. So this one, you can see it from the trail as well. You can get a kind of a profile along here, especially in the winter. However, in the summer, this is probably covered in relatively well. There's a little area back here. You might be able to do like a stealth camp setup over here. I'm not going to check that out. Just kind of putting it on the table there. Be hard to know for sure in this winter anyways, but that might be a good spot to stash gear. If you're going to come here and then do a hike after you bring your gear, I'd highly advise you stash it. Don't just set up your stuff and then walk away. Oh wow, this is an outstanding location. I'm recycling that word now that I used it. Oh, we got some cordage here. This is one of them predicaments where it's just too high for me to reach. And like, how do you even, oh, it looks like they tied it to a stick and they threw it up. This is probably where they stashed their food. They probably hung it up here because they didn't want to leave it for whoever wanted to walk by and take it. Where the bear box is located, they need to reposition that bear box. Wow. Oh wow. So it's a bit more open than I would personally like. But there's no, I don't think there's any private property over there. You got this whole lake to yourself. Oh my god. Just gonna check the map here. Yeah, there is no properties around here. And this is probably one of the lesser hiked trails. We're here, so the snowmobiling is over here from where we came from, so it's pushed off. And none of the snowmobiling really goes right near the lake. So it won't really, this lake really won't pick up the sound from the snowmobiling, I would assume, for the most part. Especially when there's snow to absorb sound. The tent pad is right here. It's probably the perfect size for a tent pad, in my opinion. Right here to here. Nice and level. Wow, look at this. You even got a little canoe here. So I don't know if this works. I don't know if the park staff leave this here and you can use it. If it works though, you could for sure get on here. It's just a fishing thing. It doesn't say nothing about not. You're not bringing a motorboat out here, so I guess that wouldn't matter. Wow. The last person who was here, a total legend. Very good. Very good, sir. Even if they were a girl, I'm calling them sir. Deal with it. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. So there's so much stuff in it, the wood would sit up high, even though this is a deeper one. So this is perfect. It's perfect. Wow. You got a wood cutting station here with the tree trunk. Ooh. Man, this is awesome. It's just a little too open for my personal liking. In the winter though, that might not be too bad. In a pinch, you might be able to stealth behind that, past that latrine like I was pointing out. If it's too sunny for you, it's too hot, just a crazy day. You guys probably got an option there. Wow. All right. I'm just gonna take the shell layer off. Oh, before I do that, I want to look down here. You'll probably hear the lake talking as well. I don't know what I'm doing when it comes to walking on water and knowing whether or not it's okay. So I'm not going out there. And that trunk looks like it's under, it has water all around it, so the water probably starts around here. Oh, that looks like it works, the canoe. I guess you really know when you put it in the water. This is awesome. I'm not sure how deep this lake is. I'm sure you can research that if you care enough. But you might be able to just get it, if you don't have a paddle, you can just get a stick maybe and just kind of, I wouldn't do that myself. I don't really like going on water, bodies of water, at least not at this point in my life. This is awesome. It's really quiet too. I'm getting some road sounds down that way. Wow. Okay, okay. Don't want to take too much time. All right. All right, so I got the Rush 24, Rush 511 24. It's probably the best pack you could ever ask for. I did dial it up a lot. I'm just gonna have some nuts real quick. At least I think I am. Yep, I got them. And then a little bit of water as well. Now I'm gonna take the shell layer off, and then we're gonna move back, go back to what we can rather quickly. Got cashews, peanuts. Let's go over my gear real quick. So I got emergency bivvy, Mylar. I got a sniper veil at the bottom for cushioning. Backup toilet paper. I have a dry bag in here in case I have to stash the entire pack and then store it somewhere. Got my water. In here, I got a backup body cam. In here, in the hydration part, I have 2 power banks, and these are the cables for them. I can charge up my body cam or my phone. Some protection here. I also have one on my hip. Just a generic compass that I really love. And here I can store stuff here if I need to. It's just an add-on. Gore-Tex trousers. Extreme cold weather. An extra merino wool hoodie. This is a thicker one, so I'll probably put this on when I'm done with the hike, because the one I'm wearing is going to get saturated and we'll have to dry down and dry out. Toilet paper, working roll toilet paper that I'm using. Tape, some candy for when I'm done, a reward. Backup earbuds in case I want to listen to music. Writing utensils. Another Noka, which I should have now, but I'm going to save when we're all done. And then hand sanitizer, rubbing alcohol, peroxide, a lighter, a backup. I have a lighter on me at all times. Neosporin, this is a backup. I have one on me at all times. Bandages, nitrile gloves, and a mirror. There's also tweezers and a nail clipper in there, and some Ambisol. Got some high-vis pads as well. I can stick those on here if I need to. I like to keep it a little more stealthier. I like to blend in with nature. A lot of people, when you see them hiking, they have something really high-vis, and it just looks stupid. I want to see nature. I don't want to see high-vis pink and orange and yellow. All right, make sure it's sealed. So I got enough space in here where I can put in my shell layer. I'm gonna keep the gloves, I'm gonna keep the microfiber cloth, take the shell layer off. Really icy on the top there. And because I plan to move quicker, I'm gonna be more active, so I will heat up more, so I won't be so reliant on that. The ghillie. Kind of just brings it all together, you know. And I got it strapped up too, so if I snag along a twig or a branch, it won't completely come off. And if it tears, it doesn't matter. Just add to the effect. I'll just tie it up with some twine or something. So I'm gonna use these. It's definitely chilly. I'm definitely colder now without the shell, but this will cover me up. This pack will cover me up. Oh, and I do got the chest rig like always. Some stuff in there. And this is attached. This cam is attached to a boonie hat. Ooh, pack on. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go out the way we came in. So we got to get to the vehicle before 11, just before 11. And then we went from there. We want to make sure we get to that the third of the backpack sites just before noon. That's our next goal. And so far we have walked about 4 miles. That's about what I thought. All right, I'm gonna leave this awesome site. Wish it well. Hopefully some little buddies will enjoy those. Very good site. All right. Try to keep my breathing down as I'm more active. Try not to bobble my head too much as I land my feet. I forgot to point out my boots too. These are Keen, like cold weather boots. Man, they are super awesome. Super awesome. I'm still kind of breaking them in technically, but they feel fine. I believe their maiden voyage was the coldest camp I've ever done. -4 Fahrenheit. Like I hear chipmunks. All right, here we go. Whew. So that is the Black Bass Campsite, Backpack Campsite at Kathio State Park in Onamia, Minnesota, just south of Lake Mille. So we can take this trail and head back that way, or we can take this trail the way we came in and head back this way. This one is longer, so I'm gonna leave this a mystery. We're gonna head back this way. Take care, buddy. Now, because we're going back the way that we came, I'm probably gonna do some time clips. We're gonna get a perspective of the way back as well. But yeah, I might do some editing with some time, like time edits, whatever it's called, transitioning, kind of like this. Yeah, so kind of like that. So I'm probably not gonna talk that much. Here we go. Okay, so that trail's a little rougher because of the deeper snow. This one should be far more easy. Yeah, so remember when you get to 40, keep going straight. Sure, you can meander if you want. I think I might be hearing a snowmobile in the distance. Yeah, so we're running parallel here with that other trail. So if you were to hike in from the trail center, you'd be right along here. Looks like we might get a little sunlight here. It's kind of extreme. Wow. Looks like it's all lined up. Man. Ooh. Kind of see what the ground would look like without the snow. Relatively grassy, packed dirt, kind of flat, pretty even. All right, so we're back to this road here, and we're approaching the park entrance and the ranger station. So we'll cross this road, and then we'll go past the ranger station to where we parked, the RV sanitation area. Down there you can see Lake Mille. Pretty sure you can. And there you can see the sun. So I'd be cautious on this part here because you're kind of in a ditch just off this road. So be careful. Sometimes drivers will get distracted, or it might be icy or wet. This road is a little bit of a risk. All right, now we know. Now we know what it looks like. It's pretty awesome. And just down there is Lake Mille, where that guy's headed with that boat. On the drive in here, I seen some ice fishing huts set up out there. Ooh, this ground's a little slippery. Gotta be careful. It's probably the wind. So this is Shakopee Lake Road right here. Still remember when I first drove in here. It was late fall and I looked up there and there's some really beautiful fall colors. Maroon and gold. That was towards the end of 2023. That's when I first scouted the campground here for myself personally to figure out where I was going to camp. Let's see if there's anything here. Another map maybe. Kind of a big bunch of big campgrounds here. They don't have a lot of wood. Oh, the stamps here. Yeah. Some other campgrounds I was telling you about. I got a scout of these campgrounds. Not the horse campground or the Rum River group camp. Those two I don't have. But Bataga and Ogeechee, I have scouts of those specifically in one video. I camped here as one of my favorite sites to camp at. I'm not going to get too crazy with having to capture all this stuff. Just kind of see what you can see. This is where we're headed next. We are right here, and this is where we're headed next. So we're kind of parked right here as well, obviously, but yeah, we're going here, and then we're going to hike up here. Site here and a site here. That's a really nice big map. You see Mille way up here, so we're right along. It's just too far to actually see it from anywhere in the park, really. I actually prefer Mille's Kathio State Park to Father Hennepin State Park. However, Father Hennepin State Park, you have Lake Mille right there. There's a lot of campsites that are right near the shore, so you actually hear the waves. It's pretty awesome. I didn't expect that when I camped there. That was a nice surprise. And when I camped there, I camped at the same spot that Stinkleberry Farmer camped at. It says Onamia is 6 miles that way, but it also says that we're in Onamia. So sometimes you'll see weird stuff like this with the cities. Alright, so we're going to head back to the parking here. and then we're going to drive over to the trail center right now. Yep, so we're just making our way down to the trail center parking area. And it's just under a mile from where we were. And this is going to be the parking area for the two other backpack sites. One is Kanketanka, and the other is Sunset Meadow. So as far as the order goes, we're going to check out Kanketanka first, and then from there we're going to check out Sunset Meadow. And the hike in for both of them is pretty much the same route the majority of the way. So we're turning into the point that heads towards the trail center now. And just up here to our left and right, there should be a trail crossing based on what the map was showing me. There might be parking allowed here. So that looks like a trail entry point there, and then to our left here is the other part. So here's where you would start to hike out if you're going to park over in this area and go to the Black Bass campsite any time of year that isn't winter. But the other part that we just looked at to our right, you'd go that direction for the other two backpack sites that we're about to check out now. There wasn't anything that specifically said park here for the backpack sites, so it's just a really small area to park for hiking on those trails, it looks like. There might be dedicated parking spots in here where the trail center is for these backpack sites, kind of like we saw with the first two backpack sites. There might be a trail opening over here as well. That I'm not sure about. That might take a little hit and miss. See, down there I see a sign. Down there, yeah, so that might be the area. So we'll find a place to park over in here, and then we'll go hike down there first and see what that says. But if we can't access over here, if it doesn't seem practical, we'll go back to the area I was just calling out, that little small parking area, and we'll start our hike over there. deep ice ruts. Pretty smooth here. So I didn't see any signs that said parking for the backpack sites. They might be here, but they might be covered in snow. So that part I'm not sure, but there is a lot of parking in here either way. All right, so we're gonna pop out and we're gonna take a closer look and we're gonna check out these backpack sites. Here we go. So I plan to go where the blue route is. Number 5 is that little area over there, that little small parking spot where I showed you, where you can start to hike into Black Bass if you park in this area of the park. Or you go this way to go to the backpack sites we're about to check out now. But down here, if you go up here between 3 and 4, there looks like there's a little piece where you can get on. I'm thinking that's where you get on. So we're gonna try that out. Well, it says skiing only, no hiking. That's not good. But they said that the sites were accessible. So that's not good. I'm getting conflicting information, and it's illegal to walk on a groomed trail. It says right here, backpack sites. Kanketanka and Sunset Meadow Backpack Sites are this way. I'm just gonna stay off the groomed trail, but that's no good. I'd specifically talked to them and they said you can access these sites, and they told me that I would park in the trail center parking, which is where we just parked. And there's a sign there that says the backpack sites are this way. So for this to be ski only, it's a little frustrating for me. You can see this looks like a groomed ski trail here. Kind of. It doesn't really fit the exact what I remember seeing before. So keep all this in mind. And this is another reason for the scouts, is to check it out and see what it's really like. But if I encounter someone who works here that didn't talk to me or didn't say that to me, they probably wouldn't even believe me. So 2, we want to head up to 3 this way. Okay. And I specifically said I was concerned about having the routes there blocked off for skiing, ski pass. And they said, no, no, you can get to them. But this looks groomed to me. Ooh. The people that travel, they can travel many miles to get here, and then you don't want to have to get a ticket or something. Another thing is, if I do encounter skiers, they might make some kind of comment towards me, which would really bother me. I know that's ego and everything. Still though, and they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know that I'm being honest. And you do gotta pay for the pass. It's not a lot of money though for a ski pass. And if you can ski, you got some money to spend. You got money you can throw out the window if you can ski, afford to ski. So my goal is just to stay off the groomed part. Here's 3. I didn't look at my mileage on the way after that hike. So that was about 5 miles that we hiked for the first 2 sites. And we're at number 3 here, 3 intersection. So this should take us to 4 right here. This is that little piece. I wasn't sure if it connected or not right here. Yep. No, they're accessible. I can't believe how nonchalantly they said that it was accessible. Oh well. Just gotta hope we don't encounter anybody. These just look like skis. It doesn't look like it was groomed right here. Ugh. You know, one time I was doing a scout at Itasca State Park, and this guy thought I was a ranger. He wanted to ask me some questions about the campsites. Okay. So if we went in that small area I told you about when we entered here, we're in park, this is where we would be coming in on, right here. So now we're on the main trail that goes towards both sites. 4 here. So this will take us up here. So Kanketanka is right here. Then we'll backtrack a little bit back to the 9 intersection. Then we'll go up to 10, 13, I think, where Sunset Meadow is. And then come back and put a bow on it. And you can decide and plan accordingly. And if this helped you out, please let me know. It'd really mean a lot to me. It'd really make my day. Chances are I'd be having a really bad day, you know, and it'd really cheer me up. So if this helped you, help me. Pay it forward by paying it back, I guess. Or you can just help someone else. But pay it forward. If this helped, pay it forward somehow, please. And as of right now, I am a bigger fan of the Glacial Ridge Backpack Site, just for convenience. And I do like the way it looks better. Even though technically Black Bass is a more beautiful site, I like the way Glacial Ridge looks and feels. I like that part of the park. So these two we'll see. This one, I don't know. I'm thinking I'm gonna like Kanketanka more than Sunset Meadow, because I got a feeling Sunset Meadow is a really open one. Even still though, Black Bass and Glacial Ridge are both winners. So I would recommend both of those based on my in-person experiences here. I think Black Bass would probably be a really good summer one, where you need not that much gear. You still got to bring water, which you probably have to harvest the wood around you a little. There's a lot of downed wood around here though. So it would probably help more than it would hurt. It's all about that balance, I guess. And I say we are probably 60% completed with the Scout as a whole, and 50% of course, 2 of the 4 sites. This hike should not be as far to reach these sites as the Black Bass was. So they said the Black Bass was about a 2-mile hike from the parking area, one way. Yeah, so Black Bass is about 2 miles. Glacial Ridge said 0.75, so that's less than a mile. So that's by far the quickest, most convenient. And Kanketanka is 1.75 miles. And that's the one we're headed to now. So this is the second furthest from where you would park. And Sunset Meadow, which is going to be the final one we check out, is 1.5 miles. So that takes 3rd place for distance from parking. Kanketanka and Sunset Meadow, they're probably about 1/2 mile from each other, so they're not right next to each other, thankfully. So far, this hike would be ideal for a pulk. Again, a pulk is a sled that you carry your gear on. Alright, so we haven't crossed the road yet. The road that we were on to get here is right up here. That, if we kept going, we would head over to the campgrounds, which are over in this area. So we're about to cross this road. I don't want to be seen by anybody, just because I just want to avoid any potential conflicts based on the inconsistencies I've observed. But we're headed to 8 now. 7 and 8. We're at 6. Yep, so 7 is after the road, and then 8. And then 9, and 9 is where it splits, and we'd first take a right to get to Kanketanka, and we backtrack. I'm not going to go around here, I'm just going to backtrack, and then we'll go up to 10 and then 13 for Sunset Meadow. Let's try to get past this road before anybody drives by. Anybody takes a ride by. You're gonna see my footprints like that the sheriff, the park ranger at Bearhead Lake State Park. They saw me and they tracked my tracks. And they scolded me. If they got an eye for it, they'll see them. You almost, it'd be nice to have something I could put under my boots so it replicates like a deer or something. It's moments like these where I'm glad I don't have any high vis on. I'm kind of blended a little. It's pretty open view too. This doesn't look like a ski area though. Today is a Tuesday. I head in the opposite direction where the rush hour traffic would be, fortunately. On the way here and on the way back, that'll be true for the most part. So I get to the more populated areas, and it'll just start to get crowded everywhere. Now, I don't like having to cross the road, by the way. Now that road's not as major as the one we have to cross for black bass. Still, I don't like crossing a road. I think I poured out a little too many nuts when we were at black bass taking a break. Kind of cut myself short. It's alright, I got more at home. And I always feel greedy when I'm leaving some nuts. I always want to leave a little bit more and a little more. I guess the opposite of greedy, generous. Don't want to stop pouring. I'll feel greedy if I keep too much, essentially. Yeah, looks like there's a lot of little like offshoot loops along this trail. It's kind of neat. You can kind of veer off, do a loop, come back, head out some more, do another loop, continue on. Now we got skiers do not enter. This is a bigger loop here. Alright, so next is 9. Should be really close. I'm walking where all the relatives walked. Ooh, it's a bit of an uphill here. So this would probably be more of a struggle with a pulk. So it actually says Kanketanka's a little closer. No, 1 and 3 miles. Okay. Yeah, it is like I said. So this is the intersection here. We choose which backpack site to go to. So when we're done checking out Kanketanka, we're going to backtrack, meet up here, and go back, or head that way to Sunset Meadow. Check our planning clock. Before 12, so we want to get to Kanketanka slightly before 12. Oh, that's a done deal. I don't see any orange call outs. Resort to the Avenza map. So the blue color of the path that I drew is the same color as the blue dot. So next time I won't use blue. I could actually change that right now. I'm kind of fiddling a little here. Okay, there we go. Just gotta press right on it. Style, color, stroke color. I guess we'll do yellow. Close it. There we go. More contrast there. Although I'm not a big fan of blue and yellow. You might know why. Ooh. Oh, this is so cool, man. It's like a curtain. Man, that's so cool. Wow. Man, that is awesome. Wow, check that out. That is awesome. Wow. Oh, wow. That is awesome. Wow. Holy crap, that is awesome. Got a jet engine overhead. A little closer than I'd like. slopes going on here. There's some deer down there. They're interested in me for some reason. I think they see the branches, they see the horns that I have, and they're interested. I thought he's gonna rush at me there for a second. I have heard that deer can be aggressive. They probably took notice of these horns that I have. And I'm just gonna decorate the campsite when I get there with this. That's all I'm gonna do. They had a look on their face. I had the feeling like they recognized these horns. Yeah, it kind of gives me a sad feeling actually. They looked at me first like they found what they were looking for. I've never seen deer look at me like that. They usually look up and they're alert and they're ready to run, but they don't look at me like they just found what they were looking for. One time I was at, I think it was Highland Lake Park Reserve or somewhere, and I was walking past these bushes, and it was just in the daytime, and I just stopped for a quick break just to rest for a second, and I turned to the left, and in these bushes there was just this deer right there. His head was just sticking out, and he's just chewing on, he was just like just looking at me, kind of like in the movie E.T. when E.T. was hiding in all the toys. It was just like that. It was so weird. But the deer wasn't disturbed or anything. It just sat there looking at me. It was just his face through this bush. It's so weird. I should have took a body cam photo of it. I might have, but I don't think I did. I don't recall doing it, and I don't remember seeing it in my files every time I look through them. So sometimes the deer, they're not even scared. They'll just sit there. When I was doing my scouts during hunting season at Hayes Lake and Old Mill and Red River State Recreation Area, around that area, there was a lot of deer just running around. Chaotically just running around. All the truck driving potbellies with their high vis gear. Kind of wish the hunters would hunt each other, to be honest. We'd probably have a significant reduction in healthcare costs universally. So here, the trail is blurring out on me. Resort to good old tech. Oh, it's this way. This is alright, this is getting weird now. Here we go. Here we go. So I'm pretty close. I'm on it pretty much. I'm just gonna try to think I know what I'm doing here. Just kind of follow the logic. What makes sense logically. It is winter, so you can kind of see through things. See, nothing feels like a trail anymore. Right here. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Oh, that's not gonna move. Ooh. We're getting closer to the road. I can hear the road down there. So this is turning into a chance. It's a good thing we're really ahead of schedule here. Wow. It says it's over this direction. Water in here, maybe. Okay. Maybe that's just wind. Maybe it's not cars. Wow. Seems like we were off trail. I'm gonna try to head in the direction it says it is. I got service, and this map has never failed me. Looks like it's over here. I see it, bear box. So this path must be real, like, light and narrow. Yeah, because I don't see any symptoms of a path here. We're just gonna get into it and then try to orient ourselves inside of it. It doesn't seem like we came in, maybe. path this way. Okay. So it looks like we veered off here somewhere. We should have turned right somewhere down there. Oh, the truck driving potbellies. Alright, so we're back on track, and we're still on time. So that detour, our flex goal, is helping with small little hiccups. Here we are, thankfully. So this is the Kanketanka Backpack Campsite at Mille Kathio State Park, located in Onamia, Minnesota. And this trail here so this trail goes around, loops around. It's probably not a heavily populated trail here that we're on, so having the bear box right near the trail, I still don't like it. So I wouldn't advise you store anything in the bear box right near the trail here. It's just silly, to be honest. And that thing in the middle there, whatever that is, man, that is super cool. That detour there actually got my legs sweating a little bit. Okay. So we got the latrine right over there. I want to put this on the camp table, on the picnic table. There it is. Wow. Wow, this is a very interesting site. Look at this. Wow. This is probably marshy or boggy. Road's just that way over there, but there's a lot of hills kind of blocking it. That's really nice. Got a blue jay up there interested. Alright, let's look around. Whew. Should get a better picture of that bad boy. Well, I got the chance. This is a very unique area. favorite kind of fire pit. Yeah, something, it's like ominous, but not creepy. It's like a non-hostile form of creepy. It's really cool. Probably will hear trucks in the distance on occasion. Okay. We got our tent pad right here. Kind of hoping it would be over here. Wow. Good time for the sun to pop out. Got a similar sized tent pad as the other sites. It's a very interesting campsite. This would be probably a good Halloween site, actually. This is really cool. Very good. Now we gotta see how to get to the latrine. It's right there. You can see it from here. So if you got people with you, I'm not sure the best route to get there with all the snow here. Maybe our relatives can show us the way. Kind of along the trail here as well. So these these latrines are probably the most risque ones I've encountered as far as being in the open. So if you're not a guy, this is probably going to be a little absurd. I got more facts, but they're kind of vulgar, so I won't get into them. They're not creepy, vulgar, or anything. So this is probably so far the most interesting site. It's very interesting. It's kind of open and closed at the same time. The wood out here like this is so cool. So I really like this site. All right. Very good. This might be my favorite site just because of how interesting and ominous it is. Still got signal here. It's only like 1 bar. So far we've had signal pretty much everywhere. I didn't really look at it, the black bass, when I was in there, but when we were near there we had it pretty good. There's a really high chance you got it in there too. And you got some hiking around here as well, kind of like black bass. So that's the Kanketanka Backpack Campsite in the Kathio State Park, located in Onamia, Minnesota. And it is a good one. It's a very interesting look. It's pretty awesome. So I would highly recommend it. Be cautious on the hike in though. Don't lose your way. If you got a phone, which you probably do, make sure you have the Avenza Maps app for this state park and track along with the trail. I'd probably be somewhere way over there if I didn't have it. It would add an hour and a half, 2 hours to everything. So we're gonna hike back to that intersection and then go the other way and check out Sunset Meadow Backpack Site. So here we're gonna try to tack along the right way so we can see the correct route. The snow's kind of stiff where it's not really leaving super visible prints. I can't even remember where I came in. It's probably over here. So slightly after we saw those deer, we started veering and we missed a turn. You know, if you could dim the sun, I bet you'd look like the moon. Maybe not. Maybe they're just filaments. Maybe they change shifts. Maybe for a while the sun plays the sun and the moon plays the moon and they switch roles. They're both their own filaments. Give each other a break from the different jobs. I mean, that's what like eclipses are. Passing the baton, changing of the guard. So this looks incredibly obvious at this point. I'm hoping I can notice where I veered off, because this is really, really obvious. Even though it's obvious, I better make sure I'm on it properly. I am. Okay. Yes, I was over there. Let's see if we can figure out where we were. veered off. I definitely don't remember this steep slope. Ooh. So far my feet feel absolutely awesome. Perfect boots, perfect insoles. It's actually like my left leg that's getting sore, ironically. This is my first scout in 2 months. My first hike in 2 months. I do have a lot of physical work that I do in a warehouse throughout the week. So I'm still pretty active. And I have this condition where I can't sit down, otherwise I'll throw my back out, which is really weird. So I'm always standing at home. This still looks pretty obvious. So we must have veered off over there more. I don't remember these cool curtains, these branch curtains. I think that maybe the deer played a role in the distraction. Okay, here we go. We got some footprints here. Those are my footprints. Okay, I just want to analyze this. So I was walking this way. Went over here. And I went down here. So this is where it was. This is where it started veering off. For some reason I didn't think this was a trail anymore, but I had the deer on my mind. So that being said, it's this part right here. Right here. It'll try to deceive you to go this way. Stay to the right. Staying to the right is usually a good thing. Alright, so we figured that out. I'm definitely going under this again. That was cool. See, I was considering in my mind when I was contemplating what happened that maybe we went through like another dimension under this. But it was right after that. Still can't get over how those deer were looking at me like they found me, like they found what they were looking for. It was them antlers. I was kind of nervous holding them because I thought they were just going to rush me. They look like does or like younger, whatever younger deers are. So they probably wouldn't have been a threat. I just don't want animals getting confused because it can get weird, you know? And dangerous. Not like it would with a baby bear though. Well, this is definitely some work for this one. Yeah, I'm thinking it's a good Halloween one. Kanketanka. I might just do that this year here. We'll see what happens. The last 2 times I camped here, it was January and March. So I wouldn't want to come back here during that time frame of the year. Probably summer or later. So the end of fall would be a good idea, good time frame. Kind of an inversion. So it's already making sense. It's a colder time of year though. So usually I'm winterized by then. Which means there'd be more heavier gear. Less water though. And my back and my leg, left leg and down through my hip. It's really sore. So I'm gonna have that really good muscle soreness for the next couple days. Nice little reward, little gift I can take with me. I was tempted to bring them antlers home, but there's no reason. There's no reason to take anything. I mean, once in a while some tinder maybe, but it might sound weird, but this is those antlers home. This is where it lives. This is where it belongs. The last thing I need is stuff anyways. I'm trying to reduce what I have. I moved recently, and the more you have, the more you gotta store and move. And I have a relatively small amount of stuff compared to a lot of people in America. Over 75% done with looking at the sites, and I'd say we're about probably 70% done overall with the scout and hiking and everything. At Glacial Ridge and at Kanketanka, those are the two that are really vibrating with me right now. But I think Kanketanka's taking the lead. But I'd want to like do both of them at different times, you know. So that's options. It's good to have options. Options that you know have a high probability of working out in the way you'd want them to. I guess the only thing I don't like about it is how close to the road it is. I believe that's 169. That's a heavily trafficked road. Just double checking. Yeah, 169. It's kind of cool, the sun's showing. I really hope though it hides again and it starts snowing, but that's probably not going to happen. It's getting pretty clear out. That's okay, we had a little ice storm earlier. I just love these branch curtains. That's so cool. Oh no, I don't want to rip something. The merino wool is kind of delicate. Hopefully they leave that the way it is. All right, we did it. That's kind of cool that the sun's showing as we head over towards Sunset Meadow Backpack Site. It's always so nice when life isn't bad, you know? You know, I was trying to figure out where I was gonna go scout. It took me a while to kind of figure out what I was gonna do, just for like technicality and practicality reasons. And I kind of didn't want to come here this time of year, but it just started to really make sense based on where I've already been. And it's just gonna get, there's a higher probability these sites will be populated. At least one or some or all of them will be after the winter. So it's the best time to be able to get in there and check them out. I really want to scout all the backpack sites at Lake Maria State Park. That one's a hard one to do all of them in one day. It's an effort just hiking it, but the thing is there's almost usually somebody reserving some of them, so you can't really get in them all. And another, I almost actually went there, but another issue I saw was they have skiing there, so they have a lot of the trails that access the backpack sites closed off in the winter for skiing, and it's against the law if you walk on a groomed ski trail. So I was real close to doing it, and then I saw that and I'm like, just forget it. So I called this place up and they confirmed, yeah, you can access the sites, you don't got to be a skier. But then we come here and we see slightly otherwise by the trail center. It could be more blatant, either ski only. I've never seen a sign for skiing that blatant and overt. So I'm guessing that Sunset Meadow is going to be my least favorite site. Just a guess. So far, all three of these sites have been winners. All of them are worth camping at, in my opinion. If you're a backpack camper. Next intersection is 10, and we stay to the left, past 13, and it should be to our right. Probably half a mile away. Hope there wasn't any like bacteria on them antlers. There probably was, but like I hope there's nothing like serious. I don't want to start growing antlers. That would be really cool, but at the same time it would really suck. Probably the reason those things fell off was that they kept bumping into stuff with them. I was at Temperance River State Park last year. I think it was Christmas Day. Maybe? No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I think it was before, a week or so before that. I was driving down the campground in the snow, and there's there's two deer. I heard a loud BAM! One of the deer got so scared he just turned around and just started sprinting, but there was a tree right there. He just plowed into it head first. I was like, oh no. Oh man. I forgot to grab my Merlin bird ID and see what that might have been. I'm guessing a hawk. Kind of just want to live in the moment, not have to access or reference something on the phone. Phones aren't really phones. They're sophisticated devices that just happen to make phone calls. I kind of wish we'd call them something else. Like, why don't we just call them like devices or something? We got some kind of relative trail here. If he comes back around, I'll try to ID it. Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite state parks. There was one guy on YouTube called Donut who did a hike here. He was like rating all the state parks he hiked at. And he's really down in this place. He's kind of butthurt because it wasn't any part of Lake Mille was around it or in it. And he's like real butthurt about that. And he just had this tone in his voice when he was talking about it. And I don't even think he's from Minnesota. I think he's from Iowa. So it's like, just don't ever come back here, man. Just don't ever come back, man. That's all you gotta do. This place is awesome. We got to get to this next site right at 1 p.m. That's the goal. And it's about 12:25. So we are knocking it out the park, in the park. That is awesome. So far this has been a very successfully planned scout. They usually are, if I don't say so myself. They usually go right along with what I planned for timing. Sometimes it's like plus or minus an hour or so, but it's still, I bake in the flex time, so I'm still kind of on par. But to get to that perfect, exactly how I planned it, so this one's going ahead of schedule, so this isn't a perfect plan, but it's better that that's the case. If I can head home before the rush hour. The plan was to head home kind of right when rush hour starts, which is, I just had to bite the bullet on that based on the planning. I don't mind it. I got a lot of music. So here we are. Do not enter skiers specifically. You know, I've seen one of these before, do not enter, when I did my scout of Ogeechee campground. I was hiking to there from Kanketanka because you can't drive there in the off season because it's gated. And I saw one of these do not enter signs and I thought it was like private property, but we were still in the park and it was a trail. So I bet you it was one of these, and the skier part in the middle that says skiers was just rubbed off or you couldn't see it easily. I really love how the sun's coming out when we're heading over to Sunset Meadow. Intersection 10. So we're off to 13, and then Sunset Meadow will be to our left. I wish they used miles instead of kilometers. I mean, this isn't Europe. Probably someone with a smug look on their face who wants to be more European. My rhetoric covered up a sound in the distance. Okay, we're at 13. That hawk, I believe it's a hawk. He might be making his way around again. I'm gonna try to ID him. Sunset Meadow should be right up here. Yep. Here we go. Nice and sunny. Alright, so this is a scout of the Sunset Meadow Backpack Campsite at Mille, Kathio State Park, located in Onamia, Minnesota, just south of Lake Mille. So we have the bear box right by the trail again. So 3 of the 4 backpack sites have this theme, and I'm not a big fan of that because it's right by a trail. It's pushed back from where your site is, so that's high risk. I would advise you don't use it, even though it's really nice. They're really good condition. It might be because they don't get used for that aforementioned reason. Here we got a little magical, mystical branch doorway. A little bit of limbo. Must have been some heavy snow recently. I see a lot of these looped trees. Oh, it's being held down. Wow. Gosh, they're just being held down. They're forced down. Kind of cool though. Makes a cool little entry. There's still a lot of leaves up around here, so you can hear the rustling of the leaves in the wind. Now there's still enough shade here. This is pretty awesome. Looks like the smallest of the 4 backpack sites. This might be a body of water. It might be marshy or boggy. You're probably gonna have some mosquito action. Just a guess. It's hard for me to tell here in the winter. Check out a map here. See a satellite version. See if it shows me anything. Yeah, it looks like satellite shows some watery stuff going on in here. So this is watery. So you're probably gonna have mosquitoes. I don't think the water flows too much. Push far enough back from this trail, which is probably not a heavily trafficked trail. We're farther away from 169, which is that way, right next to Lake Mille. So the sound of the traffic will be minimal at the standardized size tent pad here. Not bad. So I do like this site a lot. This is a great site. I was concerned it was going to be too open with no shade. And that will happen probably in the summer. You're probably going to have the sun up around here in the summer, I'm thinking. Let me just check the compass here. North. East, west. Yeah, so the sun in the summer months, it should be up and around here, roughly. However, you're gonna have leaves grown in here more than likely. So this is a reasonably shaded area. I like it. Pretty private, you're on your own little world. It's very quaint, very small. As far as campsite sizes go, I really like the smaller ones like this. I like when everything's kind of hunkered together. I don't like having to walk across a whole field for anything. So now we have to try to locate the latrine. We are really ahead of schedule, so we have a lot of time to try to figure out where they placed it. To the right. There we go, over there. Well, that went a little too quick, figuring that out. A little deeper than I'd like. That's probably indicative of a newer fire pit or a less used campsite, because the other ones had a lot of ash almost to the top. This pit looks relatively newer though, so they may have just, when they put a newer one in, it probably takes a long time for that ash to build up. Looks like we got some roots and rocks under here. So it might be a little rooty and rocky around here. Probably not on the tent pad though. Okay. Train's a little far off. Not too bad. Oh, okay. I just love these hills and the woodland. All right, very good. Take care, buddy. You can see the latrine from here, so right from this sign, it's just past the bear box. So almost every backpack site here, you can see the latrine from the trail, at least in the winter. So be cautious. Alright, so that is a scout of the Sunset Meadow Backpack Campsite at Mille's Kathio State Park, located in Onamia, Minnesota, just south of Lake Mille. I'm doing pretty good for time. Check the map out here. So if I were to hike out this way, it's gonna be pretty long, and I'm pretty cooked as of right now, so I'm not gonna push it. I'm at almost 8 miles. So if I just walk back the way I came, I'll be probably about 9. So between 9 and 10 miles. So we're just gonna head back the way we came and then put a bow on it. We'll just take it easy on the way back. Just go into hike mode. So as far as the campsites go here, all 4 of these backpack sites, they are all winners, every one of them, and that is super cool. The hiking to them is reasonable, given that they're backpack sites. Very reasonable distance. Maybe a little long, but nah, it's good. They're under 2 miles. As far as my favorite sites go here, in retrospect, I really like the Glacial Ridge, but I think Kanketanka is my favorite. Something about that atmosphere there is really special. Glacial Ridge is a second. Oh man. And then Black Bass and Sunset Meadow, I'm not sure. It's kind of a toss-up. Probably Black Bass. It's probably a no-brainer. And then Sunset Meadow. So that is my personal list of favorites in order. But all of them are awesome. They're all very nice. So I'd recommend any of them. So for me, I'm just gonna keep the footage and these options in my back pocket, and as I plan things out over time, if it makes sense, I'll do one of these here. I'm really starting the fire for considering the Kanketanka for Halloween. Halloween. And the Glacial Ridge, that might be a cool one. It might be kind of a clean-cut, simple winter one. Or an even easier summer one. The black bass, that'd probably be a good summer one. And Sunset Meadow, I'm thinking winter, late fall, early spring, because of the mosquito potential. Though Kanketanka might have mosquitoes too, because it looked like there's probably boggy there too. Come to think of it, there's probably mosquito potential all over here. Something about Sunset Meadow though, just really felt like you're gonna be dealing with some serious mosquitoes there. So I would do that one winter, late fall, early spring. So based on that criteria, the time of year when I'm gonna plan something, if it all fits together, I'll pick one of those based on that criteria. So if my leg wasn't getting so sore, I'd probably try to do a scout of the group camp, but I'm not going to push it. So we hit 100% of the campsites. We're about 90% complete with the overall scout. We're about a half hour ahead of schedule. We're just gonna take the W. We're gonna call this Spotted Rock. Hear another jet engine above. It's a fair distance and I don't hear it too often. So as I mentioned, the last scout I did was the remote backpack sites at Split Rock Lighthouse State Park. And the next scout after this that I have planned is at William O'Brien State Park. I had a bail on that one last year. Just kind of went with a gut instinct. And I ended up scouting the Wild River State Park campground, which is pretty awesome and very exhaustive. Look at all the sites there. There are a lot of sites there. And then towards the end, I even encountered this lady who said she was familiar with like my videos, and she thanked me. She said she's like, she appreciates the fact that I like show the campsites, and I just couldn't believe it. Yeah. Oh, you saw it, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's on YouTube, right? See the scoped out site?
Yes. Cipher-Tu Productions.
I can't remember, but I'm like, that guy has to be doing that.
I use the body cam with the GPS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super cool. I appreciate your videos.
No problem. I just couldn't believe it. And ironically, I encountered her. She was literally setting up camp at a campsite that I camped at in the past. There's over 100 sites there, and it was that one. And I always consider that to be one of my worst camp trips. So to have that encounter with someone at a campsite that I considered to be one of my worst camp trips, it's just like a redemption, you know? I just canceled it out. Like that campsite had magic. Even though when I camped there was a litany of annoyances. Just a litany of them. There was a moment I had there that was one of the most magical moments. I just couldn't believe it. It was so awesome. It wasn't anyone I knew or anything. Just someone I happened to bump into on a campground. So yeah, going back to that. So William, that was on St. Patrick's Day 2025. So St. Patrick's Day 2026, I'm gonna go back to William O'Brien State Park for a redemption there, and we're gonna scout the 2 campgrounds that are there. There's the Riverway campground, which was recently renovated, and that took them a long time to finish that project. It's right near Lake Alice, which unfortunately is recently drained, but since it's winter, it's not gonna be a big deal for me. We're going to check out the Riverway campground. This is all planned. It might not happen. And then after that, that'll take about an hour and a half. Then we're going to scout the main campground. And the majority of that's closed off this time of year. That will take a while to look at all the sites. But we're gonna take a stab at it. Check out all the campsites and the camper cabins there. Camper cabins will probably have people there. We'll still be able to get a decent look at them walking by them. And there are, I believe, some walk-in sites. I have a hike of William O'Brien State Park that I did in 2020. Oh man, I think it was 2024. I have a hike video of that anyways. And kind of where the hike begins, kind of towards that, we walked past, maybe like 20% into it, we walked past and check out some of the, I believe they're walk-in sites. and those are not interesting to me at all. So I do have footage of those baked into that hike video at William O'Brien State Park, but I don't plan on scouting those on St. Patrick's Day of 2026. I did a scout of the Riverway Campground in like 2022 when I was kind of first doing this stuff, but it wasn't anything that I'd use to publish. And I gave up on that campground. I said, there's no sites here I like, so I just didn't even keep the footage or anything. I just totally gave up on it. But I guess it didn't matter because they ended up remodeling that campground anyways shortly after. So it would look different anyways. So yeah, that should be after this one, more than likely. Still, as of this date and time, I'm still processing footage that I collected from my scouts and trips in November of 2025. And once I get through November and December, that'll get me caught up with this one, because I don't have anything in January or anything prior to this date within 2026. This is the first one of the year. So I'm guessing by the time I actually edit and upload this one specifically, it'll probably be spring, late spring of 2026. And I'm gonna have a lot less trips in 2026, but I want to have them higher quality, more effective and meaningful, probably more backpack camp trips, less drive-in ones. Try to maybe evolve a little, because I'm getting kind of irritated with the people that you'd encounter in the general drive-in campsites. And I'm pretty capable of hiking around with gear and stuff, just I can get kind of lazy. It's so easy to just pull into a site and just set up, but you're almost always surrounded by people that are just, man, they just cram the sites in so close. It's so sad. All right. So I guess 1/3 mile is shorter than a half mile. It always messes with fractions and stuff, messes with my head, because this one did feel like it was quicker to get to than this one. Yeah, Kanketanka. Halloween. That would be a bit of a workout though, because I'd have my winterized gear. If I can get my skills up with the pulk, I might be able to pulk it with the rucksack. But this isn't the easiest terrain to pulk on. However, if I do it properly and I'm experienced and I distribute the weight in my backpack and my pulk properly, it should work out. But I got to do some training, practicing, make some iterative improvements, fix mistakes. I don't want to just come out here with what I put together. I gotta go find a park near me and just kind of walk around with it and get a feel for it. But I got the sled, I drilled the holes in it, I put the shock cord through it for anchor points. Got the PVC pipes. Got the 5-foot length, and I even cut them in half, and then got connectors, glued the connectors or welded them with like a weld epoxy, so I can break them down and fold them so they'll fit inside of the sled for storing purposes. So they're not just these long poles. So it's possible that the epoxy will give, and they'll snap and they'll break. And either way, I still have the rope. The poles are supposed to make it easier to have more control over it. But within those, I will have the rope. So I'm gonna have like a redundancy in my back pocket just in case something happens with the poles. I'm gonna kind of know what I'm gonna do. I have hiked a lot of groceries before, so it might look completely idiotic, but if it gets really bad, I could probably just find a way to strap the pulk and everything to my rucksack and hike out with it on my back. As long as it's not more than like 70 pounds. And it shouldn't be. All my gear combined, it shouldn't be. Now with the pulk though, I'd probably be taking it a little further than it's safe for me to take it. But I pushed the limits before to try to prepare. I'm gonna be very sore after this is said and done. All right, so we are here. You just gotta go down here. So 1.2 kilometers to the trail center. How many miles is 1.2 kilometers? I just tried to use Siri to tell me to convert the kilometers, and it didn't work as expected, so I just cut it out. I always hate the sound of her voice when she doesn't deliver, you know, just there's an edge to it. But I'm gonna guess that 1.2 kilometers is about a mile. I wish I could slap whoever went with kilometers instead of miles. Such a knuckleheaded move. Whew. That's a lot of almost every area I've been to today I haven't been to before at this state park. So I've almost saturated. I probably got about 70% of the state park covered. There were a lot of nook and cranny trails though, so maybe 60%. I remember when I was first driving through here to the road to go to the campground. I remember it's just a long ride in. It's kind of like St. Croix State Park is a really long ride in as well. There's another one. I can't recall what it is. Kind of has a little distance to get inside of it. But this one you're already past the ranger station right away, but to get to the campgrounds, it's a little bit of a drive. Well, speaking of St. Croix State Park, I'm gonna try this year to scout the backpack sites there. And those are a little bit more serious because they're further out. And scouting them both in one day is probably not practical, actually. St. Croix State Park is the largest state park in Minnesota. There's a lot of area to cover, and they're not near each other. I was considering scouting one of them today before I chose this location, but when I called them up, she told me that they're closed out for the winter for different activities, so you can't really hike on them. So those ones, what I'm probably gonna do is just roll the dice and do a backpack camp at one of them without even scouting it, and just scout it during my camp trip, essentially. Camp there, and then the next day go scout the other one while I'm fresh. You just woke up, got a full day ahead of me. The problem with that is it's risky because you don't know if someone else is going to reserve it around the same time. So we'll see what happens with that. I might end up not doing them this year if it doesn't work out logistically. But I got to, there's I think 4 state parks I have to camp at, and then I would have camped at every state park in Minnesota. Call it the final 4, which is real creative, I know. That's Franz Hevne State Park, Zippel Bay State Park, Old Mille State Park, and Lake Bronson State Park, which I'm saving for last. And that one I already know what I'm going to do. It's going to be a backpack site. I'm going to scout it. I'm going to scout that backpack site for my camp trip there. And there's another backpack site. I'm going to see if I can scout that as well. Might try to do a hike on the Meander Trail. See how that goes. Better get out of here for a vehicle drives by. I'm creating more tracks than I need to. My left leg is pretty cooked. It's crazy because my right leg is just perfectly fine. Every other part of my body is just perfectly fine. My left leg, my left hip going down my left leg. If I did stretching exercises, it would probably not be an issue. I also have not been as active over the last couple months. We got a vehicle driving by down there. Some movement, reduced movement. Maybe it's not a vehicle, might just be the wind. I just want to prevent an encounter that's awkward. They told me there's access to these sites. So when we get back to the vehicle, I'll cut the body cam footage. I'm gonna get situated, and then I'll cut it to the dash cam footage of us driving out, and I'll bid you farewell. We'll see the drive out of here as well. In my mind's eye, I'm envisioning we'll exit the park, we'll get to Eddie's Resort, and then we'll take a right on 169, and then do the slow transition out. And in the end, I'm gonna probably have thumbnails for my other Mille Kathio State Park videos. So you check those out if you're interested. The production value keeps getting better, so those are older ones, so it's gonna have less production value. I just enhance my techniques and how I do things. Putting the body cam on the boonie head has been a really big one. It's really crucial. And I haven't been rucking or carrying all my gear while I'm hiking and putting the body cam on the shoulder. That makes it really, really rough. I did a lot of hiking with all my gear for a long time because I was in practice mode. I kept wanting to push myself and condition myself. But once I broke the chains of feeling guilty for not having all my gear on me at all times, things really got better. I was able to focus more, think better, and not be so stressed out. So here we're starting to approach the area where it's kind of on red alert. Gotta watch out. I don't want someone to yell at me for walking on a ski trail when they told me I would have access to the backpack sites. And they told me where to park as well, and I did what they said. So here's where we would go this way to backtrack. However, I'm gonna go straight and go around because I want to show you that entry point that I talked about when we first entered the parking area for the trail center. Because if for whatever reason you did need to park there to enter, this would be the trail you come in on. And I also want to show you, if you did park there, or even if you didn't park there, if you parked over in the trail center and you wanted to head to Black Bass because you couldn't find parking over by the ranger station for whatever reason, which can happen because there's not a lot of parking there, I'll show you the entry point that hike out over to Black Bass Backpack Site. Look, I can really smell that pine. Wow. It's gotta be one of the greatest smells in the world, is the pine tree. This is obviously a really long video, huh? I'm gonna hit the 5-hour mark. Might be more or less depending, because I'm going to do some time transitioning a little on the hike back from Black Bass. Ooh, that sun, I'm starting to get a little hot. I was watching like some kind of nature show once, and they're talking about how like kangaroos in the outback, when it's really hot, they'll lick their forearms, because the forearms is kind of like in a place of the body that adjust the temperature of your body. So I always keep that in mind. If I get too hot or too cold, I'll just reveal or cover my forearms. That really does a lot overall. But they even put like a thermal camera on them, and they showed it cooling off while he's licking the forearms. It's a neat little, whatever this is called. I got a feeling we're gonna hit 11 miles when this is said and done. I was kind of trying to keep it under 10. That's kind of like the threshold where I'm like, all right, it's over 10. It's gonna be pushing it. For time and physically. Walking on the snow is a drain. I'm feeling pain almost every time I push away with my left leg. And landing and pushing, those are the big ones. It's got something to do with the way I walk, which is a really odd walk. I just heard something. Either a bird or a human whistling. We haven't seen anybody out here at all. I do get social anxiety, so I really don't like crowds. I get real stressed out in traffic. And I notice while I'm editing my footage, when I walk past people that are coming by me, I hear myself start to breathe heavier. This is kind of the day and age though when people are kind of going more towards isolationism. Like kind of like the whole social, we're like having like an identity crisis. People are becoming more aware of the fakeness of social norms and stuff like that. We're probably just in a recalibration period. It just comes down to balance. flexible without breaking, essentially. You know, this whole scout ended up being really perfect. Just wish it would start snowing right now. I know it's kind of greedy. But it's been sunny ever since Sunset Meadow. It's pretty cool. But I have a little bit of a relationship with the sun. I get pretty mad at the sun for being too bright. Just really painful for my eyes. And even with all the floaters that I have, it doesn't like mitigate the pain of the brightness of the sun, the photosensitivity. Just, it's worse than halogen, the new halogen lights on everybody's cars, and that's saying something. So I'm trying to figure out which way to go for that parking area. The Precious will tell us. It looks like it's this way. So it's right here. Yeah, so when I first drove through here, I wasn't sure if you could park here. You can. It's not a lot though. Maybe 3 vehicles tops in the summer. But this trail, if you did park here, obviously would go to the backpack sites we just saw. And this trail down here we're gonna walk past. If you follow it the right way, it'll take you to Black Bass Backpack Campsite. So if you're in a pinch and you need a place to park, I'd recommend for Black Bass, because it's not enough parking over in that area where you're supposed to park for it. Park in a trail center where there should be enough parking. Come up this road and start your hike right here. And there you go, that's a backup plan. I'd recommend you have a backup plan for that if you're going to Black Bass. Because that parking, there should be enough. It shouldn't be full, but you never know the time of day you get here. Huh, this side, parking no. So maybe they allow you to park alongside this road as well. If that's the case, then it might get really busy in the trail center. And if that's the case, then parking by Black Bass might actually be difficult to procure at certain times of the year. So more reason to have this backup plan. Tower is closed, but it looks like this is the way to the tower as well. Just double check the map. Yeah, if you follow this all the way, you'll eventually come to that part where it was kind of, we were walking parallel with the other path on Black Bass. You keep following this. All right, so we're about 98% done with this scout, probably 99. If I forget to say it, thanks for taking a look. Hope this helped. If it did, please let me know. It really will make me feel good. You know, I do this for my mind and for my body, and just stay focused. But I am putting it out there, and so I mean, if it helps you, you know, please let me know. There's different ways of doing that, obviously, and I'm not gonna nurse you and burp you and encourage you to do certain things. Like everyone else does. You know, even though we drove this road in, I kind of forgot how it goes. My vehicle's still there. I got a nice brand new park permit on it. I always get my park permit like the second week of January of every year. That way it's the beginning of the year. It's the brand new sticker for that year. This year the park sticker is Glendalough State Park. I haven't been there in a while. I don't know if I'm gonna go there this year, but I might go back there one year. Like Cardin Campground. There was a really annoying little dog when I was there last time. It was so bad. It was pretty bad. But that's it all depends on who's there, you know, obviously. Glendalough used to be like a special little private area for Star Tribune elites, something like that. And it became a state park relatively recent, like 3 or 4 decades ago or something like that. I think it was in the 90s. It's not one of my favorite state parks. Alright, so we're gonna I'm gonna get everything together and we're gonna cut and we're gonna resume driving out. See you soon. really like that rock every time I see it. So we're approaching the entry / exit point of the park. And I do want to call out that my phone has been in SOS mode ever since I got to the vehicle over by the trail center. So it looks like the cell reception here can be spotty at times. So take that into consideration. But it worked for me the whole time though. So here is the dump station. And I'll just show you it from this angle. This is where you would park for the first 2 backpack sites that we checked out. Glacial Ridge and Black Bass, right in here. They call this the dump station or the RV sanitization stations, stuff like that. They kind of have interchangeable names for it. I was a little confused. I wasn't 100% sure if this was the area for this parking. So yeah, here you go. And there is a vault toilet, the one we used earlier, that's right by the ranger station up here. Oh, we actually encountered somebody. So the vault toilet's just over here to our left. And of course, you remember all this from earlier. So yeah, we're about to head out. Mille Kathio State Park, located in Onamia, Minnesota. And this is one of my personal favorite state parks in Minnesota. I've been to all of them except for 2 of them. And this is definitely one of my favorite state parks. I absolutely love this state park. And this was a scout of the 4 backpack sites here. And I love all of the backpack sites here as well. So this state park is an absolute winner for me. Straight ahead is good old Lake Mille. It's one of the largest landlocked lakes in Minnesota. I think it's the 2nd largest, second to the almighty Red Lake. Lake Superior doesn't count as a lake because it's actually a sea, not a lake. And it's not within Minnesota 100%. And then straight ahead here to our right a little, we have Eddie's Resort. Good old Eddie. This is 169. We're gonna hop on here. Southbound. Towards the Twin Shitties. Well, yeah, I hope this helped. Thanks for taking a look. Take care.